Hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome in. What is on the agenda for today? The agenda for today is what? Hey, Starfighter. What's happening? I think that wants to be like that. There was some weirdness with, I think this no, that's aligned. Is something not aligned correctly? It might be this line here is off by like half of a blueprint width. Anyway, I left myself a to-do list on Tuesday. Nexelit, sugar, brain printing. I do still want to figure out more animals for brains and lard as well. And then something is backing up on olefins, and I don't remember what it is. I know I reconfigured some things to try to make it less of a problem. But every time. All right. Search. Yeah, here we go. Multiple pie tanks sitting, like, fully full on these. I mean, this one's fine. This is where we intentionally make them. But in the other places, they're byproducts. So... Oh, it's my fluorine void, and that's going to block phosphoric acid, if it's not already. If my fluorine void is blocked up. Alright, so yeah, that's important. We do have to figure that out sooner than later. Is find more uses for those. But, first thing today... why am I holding all this retrovirus? Let's go put this retrovirus back where it came from. I think it was delivered when I was working on the brain build, and then I made some changes to how I was going to do that build. So now I have extra retrovirus. Retrovirus is... Oh, not on the map. Wow, I missed that way back when I did the base audit. Let's add that tag so I don't forget. Okay. So I think the first thing we got to do today is the Nexelit build, because on Tuesday we left shafts broken because I don't have molten Nexelit yet. So we want to get molten Nexelit being delivered to this system to get shafts running again. This should be about 50% more shaft. Which is great. So, okay. Where am I? What am I doing? I'm going to drop myself at the mall, and then we'll flip over to YAFC, and we'll get our, Oh, I don't have enough of these. Starfighter, I don't have enough plastic text plates for you. Let me find some more plastic if I can hit the right keys. Where do I make plastic? I should make some up around this base somewhere, right? Is that plastic? That looks like plastic. Oh, I'm like on it. That's plastic. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna park my butt somewhere around here, because we gotta flip over to FC and double check that we're happy with the Nexelit design. Ultimately, with this scale needing 4 yellow belts of sand, we're not going to be able to provide all this sand on rails. We're going to have to augment it with local sand, and we're going to plan to do that. We'll put the build someplace where we have space to do that. But what we can do initially is bring in sand from rails, and also crush down the stone byproduct into gravel and sand as well. I suspect we can bring in at most like 30 sand a second. Well, we'll see what we can manage to achieve. So I think I could just grab the shopping list for this and do it. Is that the only thing that we can make molten Nexelit in? Yes, it is the advanced foundry, and yes, it has to be heated. Cool. And then 2 casting units. Alright. I think we can just grab the shopping list then. Something I didn't check, because I always assume you can't on metals, but none of these are proddable, right? No, none of these are proddable. Okay. When we switch to sand extractors, are these? These are proddable. So we'll need more extractors, but we'll use fewer iron sticks. I will have to try to decide if I care about that or not. Actually, you know what? Let's just turn all of that plastic into text plates. And then I will just have a bunch of them. Alright. We got all of our buildings, so I think the Nexelit build should be pretty... It's a lot of steps, but it shouldn't be a crazy build. I'm hoping we have space. I was going to say I'm hoping we have space where we're already doing Nexelit, and I think we probably do. This iron ore patch is sort of in the way. It's also only half hooked up. Good to know. We can expand that if we need to. But, like, I can pretty easily... So how did those get offset like that? What did I do? Anyway, we can always build shifted over a little bit if we have to. I think the gasoline into this sulfur mine is kind of Yeah, this is just a fuel pipe, so it's kind of arbitrarily routed down here. I think we're going to be okay. We do have, though... What a mess. Okay, we are going to have 2 new stations. We only have space here for 1 new station. Arguably, we need 3 new stations. So maybe we don't do it here. Maybe we do a whole new build, and then we decommission this one. That might be the better choice. And I think it's what I will do. Let's go do Nexelit down by Silicon, then. I think that should be fine. Double check why science is halted. I don't remember if I looked at this last time. Looks like Pi Science 1 of all things. Okay, so that's going to be glassware. Yep. And that's not surprising because glass is still... Glass is on the struggle bus. Does look like optical sets are going to start backing up soon, and that'll make some more glass available for other users, but there's just a lot of glass stuff that's been backed up, and it's going to take a while before it fully drains. All right. And yeah, our pure sand can't keep up, and we know that. I don't know if I have any better... No. I mean, the option is more of this. Which I guess we could do and output the muddy sludge now. When I did this here, this, like, reprocesses the muddy sludge and does all sorts of other stuff, like... This is a fully self-contained soil to pure sand monstrosity. But we absolutely could... You know, the problem is when we look at making sand in large quantities... I mean, there's this recipe, right, which outputs a bunch of muddy sludge, or there's this recipe, which outputs all this other stuff. Neither of which is great. There's gravel to sand, and then, you know, sand is a byproduct of various processing lines. But we are going to get the sand extractors soon. So... Sand extractor directly into pure sand... It's not the end of the world. Although even better would be sand extractor directly into this sponge recipe, which I keep saying I want to take the turd for. So maybe that is the appropriate fix, is to finally take that sponge turd and make a big sponge-fueled pure sand monstrosity. Ooh, that is really close. Too close. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. It undoes belts as one giant thing, but it doesn't undo... There we go. Yeah, for some reason dragging a belt is a single undo operation, but dragging tiles is 30 of them. There we go. I think we're good here. I think we're good here. That'll give us a little bit more room to work. 1, 2. These radars are going to be right in my way. We'll have to move those. We'll do something like that as well. Oh. All right, what are our inputs to this thing? We're going to have a raw Nexelit input. We're going to have a sand input. And I'm going to have a third one that's like borax and coke and sand castings. Here, we can look at that together instead of me just reading it out at you. And then a fourth one that's hot air. Output-wise, we're going to have ash and muddy sludge and Nexelit plate. So that's 3 outputs. And 3 outputs and 4 inputs. Oof, okay. That's 7. Can I piggyback off of silicon anywhere? Like, do we already have a... I was hoping that silicon maybe already had a... What is silicon out of? Oh, pure sand. That's where all my pure sand is going. Okay, that's a problem. We need more pure sand. Maybe it is time to take the sponge turd? Got all this other stuff here. I still need excavation. I'm gonna put the sponge turd, like, on the list. We're not gonna deal with it right now, though. Let's... Yeah, I was hoping we could put in... Oh, we have hot air here. Maybe I'll just piggyback off of this hot air, and then I don't need a dedicated hot air station. I was going to say, I was hoping we had, like, an ash output, because sharing an ash output station is not really a big deal. I mean, I guess there's this one. Apparently, I have allowed a lot of uranium to decay down into ash at this point. Not sure how I feel about that. What is check marks on? Oh god, right, this mess. So when do we run this? We run this if we have... I think this condition is subsumed by this condition. So we run this when we don't have enough uranium fuel cells buffered, or if we have less 238 than 235, which I don't think is a useful condition, or if this U signal is set, I'll have to see what that is, or if we have at least one uranium 235 and our 238 is less than 15. So what that's saying is, don't waste the 235. We're fine wasting 238, but don't waste 235. And I'm fairly certain that if this condition is true, this condition is also true every time. Yes, so we actually don't need this condition. And then the U signal is set when... when uranium-235 is not a multiple of 3. Right, because we need 3 for this system. So again, that's the don't waste U-235 logic. Cool. Alright, I'm just refreshing my memory on how my combinators work. Sorry, I saw the combinator and I got distracted. At any rate, this is far enough away that I don't want to drag the ash belt all the way over here, which is why I was looking over here in the first place. I was trying to see, is it worth hooking up the ash here? It's not. But I think we might be close enough that I can convince myself that it's fine to yoink the hot air from here. Although, really, just make this longer. It's not that big of a deal. We have plenty of space down here. Yeah, we're not ever going to do anything with most of this space up here anyway, right? Because we're so well packed in up top here. Unless I brought another... And I could put a T here and bring a horizontal line across to try to fill in some of this, but it would all have to be fairly small builds. I don't think it's worth it. I think that's just going to be dead space. So we're going to leave it. We may as well use it here. So our inputs then, we'll start at the beginning with main input, which is going to bring in raw Nexelit, and then another one next to that that I know we're going to need, even though we don't need it until later on in the processing chain, which brings in sand. And I want these to be kind of as full as possible, so I'm setting them to buffer a fairly large amount. That's okay. So the Nexelit, disable this, comes out into washers first. So I'm gonna, even though my build in YAFC is scaled to 9 Nexelit a second, I'm gonna build this that we could scale it up to a full belt. 9 was just the scale at which sand didn't seem to be completely absurd. So Nexelit washing. Each of these brings in 1 a second and outputs 0.33 a second. We can do all that with mechanical inserters. And then, of course, the fluids. And then if we want to upgrade this to 15, that's just another, like, 6 washers on the way by. Like that. All right, and then this is going to have an output belt, which is only 3 a second clean Nexelit. All right. And then all of these, this is kind of how I've settled on doing all of these, like, multi-stage builds, is we just kind of work our way up vertically, and, you know, things come in from the right, go back out to the left, and loop around sort of in this horseshoe shape. I don't know if it's perfect, but it mostly seems to do what I need it to do as far as keeping things organized, keeping things connected, and being able to scale these builds by making more things horizontally off to the side later, right? Not that Pi is often about scaling out, it is often about upgrading to new tech, but especially for metals processing, sometimes you just need more metal. That'll be our output of muddy sludge. That needs to be marked as a high priority since it is a byproduct. Oh, and I didn't put power into this build, so let's do that as well. All right, the next stage is 4.5 jaw crushers, so that's 5 jaw crushers. Nexelit grade 1. So each of these takes in 2/3. Yeah, and this will go up to... Is there another stage that uses jaw crushers? There is... Yeah, I'm going to need more jaw crushers. But this will extend out a couple more machines. I really wish Factorio had a blueprint but don't build option, like some other games do. Alas. Not that we really need... I think, like... is 15 going to be as wide as we go? No. We have a couple stages that go up to like 25, 60 machines. So I'm actually going to take this all off here. We're not going to blueprint all this out. I want to make sure that I know how wide this build gets when I scale it to one full build. Is really the situation. But we can deal with that later. Each of these is 1.3 items a second. I'm going to go with yellow outserters. After that, it feeds into what is currently 15, but could be up to 25 automated screeners. And these are a fairly big machine. I don't know why I have 16 of them either, instead of just 15. Did I just have one in my inventory? Maybe. So yeah, in theory, if I was to build this all the way scaled to 15 a second in, a whole belt of raw Nexelit, we would need 25 of these pushed out to the side here. Which does kind of just barely fit out to this phosphate rock. But does feel like a very big build to me. The other option would be to stack these, maybe, somehow. Which we could definitely do. Oh, it also outputs huge amounts of stuff. Okay. So yeah, I think we are gonna break up the automated screeners, because looking at the 15 a second here, we're at 32.5 items per second. Which is too much for a yellow belt, too much for 2 yellow belts even. Oh, but this gets run through multiple... alright. Maybe we want to split the automated screener bit into, like, 2 parts. Because we have this part where we, like, recycle the Nexelit rejects. And if I make that a nested table... and do this processing in here... suddenly, things are a little bit more manageable at this stage, right? This Nexelit grade 1, we only need... well, at 9 a second, it's not going to be 10 screeners. It's going to be 6 of them. Right? Which spits out some Nexelit rejects. And then here, we're going to have 9 of them that come after the impact crusher stage. Okay. And if we go up to our 25 a second, or to our 15 a second input scale, that's 10 of them here. Yeah, and we can easily get this out on 2 output belts. All of our different products. All right. I think that is what we will do then. Is we'll pull this into 2 separate kind of sub chunks of the build. Which means at this point we only need 6 automated screeners. Here. Okay. But this is still going to be a fun little process to figure out the build for. I mean, honestly, That works, right? That gets 3 things out. If we really want to avoid... If we want everything on a separate belt, which maybe we do because it all has to go different places... we can do this as well. And then we'd filter the 3 outputs of this, the grade 2, the grade 3, and the rejects. Our next processing step should maybe be the rejects. So let's do the rejects on the top belt. And then that also spits out grade 2 and grade 3. The grade 2 turns into grade 3, so the next one that we do should be the grade 2, and then the grade 3 loops all the way around to the top. Nexelit grade 2, and Nexelit grade 3. Okay. We will put in power. Input is 0.5 a second. That's fine. Actually, this can also be one of those. I believe that's what we want. Each of those things is less than half a belt a second. Looking at YAFC, even at 15 in, I don't have to worry about hitting half a belt for any of these outputs. 355. All right, so the next thing we want to do is process the rejects down back into grade 1, and then that grade 1 goes through the same process. So, at 9 a second, that's, what, 15 impact crushers doing the rejects. Input is, yeah, these are all very small quantities in and out. Keep power moving along, and output. And then those feed into a whole new batch of automated screeners. Except, I want to change some of our routing here. I want the rejects to be the bottom on this one, because those are going to come down. And they need to join here, right? Because the rejects loop through. And then the next thing that comes out here is grade 2. 2, yes. And we do want this to come up here. And we want it to join with the other grade 2. In like this, sure. And then this will come out here. And this will have to join up with more of the grade 1. From each of these. Okay. So that is grade 2, so what we just have to change is this to be the grade 1 Nexelit. No, not the grade 1. Grade 3. I really hope I don't have to move this station. I hope I can get a belt out of this. Or 2 belts out of this. Ooh, that's gonna be no fun. I should not have put this station here, is the decision that I'm coming to. For now. I'm gonna have a station here, but it's not gonna be sand. It'll probably end up being one of the other inputs or byproduct outputs. So we'll leave this be here. We'll figure out what we can route in or out of here later. Yeah, so the rejects loop around, they merge, so that's all the rejects processing happens here. Then we have a second batch of this Nexelit grade 3. Nothing is more than half a belt at this point, even with 15 a second in. Alright, and then this needs to be the Nexelit grade... There. That is the grade 2 that feeds into the Nexelit grade 3 on on secondary crushers. We're going to have 5 of those. Which comes in with 1 a second and outputs 2 different things at 1 a second. All right. Sand comes out. We will deal with sand later. Actually, no. We deal with sand now. Because this is where we have to figure out how we're actually routing our sand, because the next step is making the fine Nexelit powder. So looking at YAFC here, at 15 raw Nexelit a second, this needs 100 sand. which can be stacked, right? So in theory, I mean, I'm inclined to split this into like 3 rows of 20. Which at this scale would be 3 rows of 12. And then the sand can also be split up. Each of them will bring in a lot of sand, and yeah, let's do that. Let's split 3 rows. So that means that each of these things, and honestly the sand, it might actually be easier to take the sand and loop it back into the sand input somewhere else, right? Because we have to pull out like 3 belts of sand, and it probably makes more sense to just merge in this like trickle of sand that we get from this stage out into... I also realized that I missed a split here. This has stone output. Alright, stone output. That needs to be brought over. And then sand needs to be brought in, and we want it on, like, 3 belts. We want heaps of it. So, yeah, it's not going to be this station for sand. I think this station will be... I'm not sure yet. We might end up not needing this station, even, because I think we only need, like, 7 stations, and we have room for, like, 8 in this whole build, so... But right here, and I need to remember to put that radar dish back, we're going to do a solid drop-off. And gonna clear all of this out because it's gonna be one of these. Now, I think at this point... I think just 2 stack inserters per lane is going to be good enough. I do still want to make this just so I have more inputs and outputs. We'll make this a deposit. Right? And then if we want 3 lanes of... output... And then I also have room to feed the other sand that's byproducts back in. So we're going to have, like, 1 there. One there. And 1 here. So that's like 3 somewhat stacked belts. I don't think these belts are going to come out fully saturated with the current speed of my stack inserters, but they're sure as heck going to try. And then here, where we have a sand output, we will need to deal with that in a minute. But this needs to be a 1 to 3 split. So that should do the trick there. And then we're bringing over 3 lanes, 3 belts of sand. Yeah. We're right. We're fine. So this comes through here, and then we're gonna have one of these lanes of sand that comes through. To like there. And then that's a third of our scrubbers, which in this case is 12. Yeah, I ended up with 1 extra of everything. I'm not sure how I achieved that. So, these also have a water input, and we'll do the water input on the top, yeah, because we have 2 inserters on the bottom. So 1.66, I think we can get away with one of each, like that. And of course, power doesn't quite reach, that's fine. And then the output of this is just the fine Nexelit powder, a third of what we're producing. And you know what? I might even do... Oh no, that doesn't ratio well. I'm looking at this. When we build this up to a full belt of input, we end up with 20 a second fine Nexelit powder here, which is... Maybe we go into quarters instead of thirds. So that would only be 9 of them here. And then each quarter is only... Well, at this scale, it's only 15 a second sand. And at 15, that would be 25 a second. And the advantage of this is that basically that's just a normal belt. We don't have to use stack inserters here. And then by the time we upgrade to a full 15 a second input, hopefully red belts will be less expensive enough that I'll feel like making them, and we just switch to red belts and then we're fine. Yeah, I like that plan. Let's do quarters instead of thirds. So those go away. This needs to be reconfigured, though, to get 4 belts out, which is going to be a little bit less fun. Yeah, the problem with this is that it's going to be a little bit snugger getting our leaving space for the feedback from the like places where we're generating. There we go. If we do this corner, I think we're good. Because we're generating a little bit of sand coming back from the rest of the build that needs to be merged with all of this, we want to make sure that we have space for it. But I think we're good. And it is going to be ad break time. I do run just the one ad, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads. Sorry, just the one ad an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. Twitch is going to show ads one way or the other. So I'm going to step away, get myself a little bit more water while the ad runs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Don't watch the ads, ew. And when we're back from that, we'll keep working on this. But I think that's 4 belts out with a little bit of space down at the bottom to like squeeze a belt of like input back in, which is what we need to close the loop on the sand that's a byproduct. So I think this is going to work for splitting this into quarters. Cool. All right. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. All right, before we went away for the break, we were looking at... this is going to be sand in. And yeah, we're splitting what comes out of this stage, plus the previous stages, a bunch of the Nexelit grade 3 into 4 sections. And this is going to be 4 identical sort of builds. And then each of those feeds down. I'm actually going to do the next step as well in 4 sections. Just because it keeps everything even at 15 a second raw Nexelit in, which we're designing around, but we're not building for right now. So I'm keeping in mind, like, the occupancy of these belts and everything for 15 a second raw Nexelit, but these machines can only handle 9 raw Nexelit. That's the scale we're building at. So the output here, let's get... Yeah, we only have 1 output, here, here. And then this is going to have to combine with just borax. Is that all we need at this stage to make the molten? Yes. Oh, and heat. Each of these needs heat. Ooh, maybe we don't split this then. Maybe we do merge all these together. Because dealing with the heat input in 4 different places sounds awful. Yeah, alright, that's what we'll do. We'll merge it all together at the end then. But we really don't have a choice as far as this, like, divide by 4 here, because we have such a huge amount of sand that needs to come through here that, like, these need to be 4 belts of sand. Although... I'm thinking. I'm contemplating my life choices here. I think this is going to be okay. At least for now. When all is said and done, at 15 Nexelit a second, yeah, each of these will be pulling out 5 a second raw Nexelit. Not raw Nexelit, whatever this is called, fine Nexelit powder. So when we pull 4 of these together, we'll be at 20, and realistically, at that point, we might just have to use a small segment of red belt. We're also going to have to switch all of these to red belts, these sand belts. So... that's fine. If we need a little bit of red belt through here, I'm okay with that. At some point, I will consider red belts to be cheap, and I won't be I won't be hemming and hawing so much about doing it. But right now, red belts feel expensive. Even thinking about using them. I haven't even started building red belts yet. I left 2 there. Okay. That is... All right. That is 36 of these guys. Yeah, 36 of these guys, which is going to make us a whopping 12 fine Nexelit powder per second. Woohoo. We do need to, let's see, can we squeeze power through here? Yes, all right. And I got to get a water pipe hooked up to these as well. I'll figure out that water pipe routing in a moment. So these all each kind of come through... something like that, and then something like that, and then something like that. So that's like half of it merging together, and then the other half merging together. And again, when we get to full scale, when we scale this up to 15 raw Nexelit in a second, this should be the only portion of this belt that has to be red. Everything else here will be less than half a belt on each lane. Because each of these is only 5, so we can merge 2 of those together fine. That's 10 items a second on this belt. And then this is the only one that'll go above 15. All right. I think we've achieved this. What we can do is move all of our sand into here and tell this to request sand. Lots of sand. I fully expect this to start causing problems in my base. I'm sure there's other things that need sand, and this is going to just take it all away. But we will eventually, again, we'll start making more sand on site once we finally have excavation. That has been the plan since the beginning. All right, first stage needs water. I'm inclined to start getting inputs and outputs hooked up to these different stages so that we can start to make sure that everything's working right, all my filters are correct, etc., up through here. Because this is like pretty much it as far as the ore cleaning stages. And then after this, we just have the melting and the casting. So, the 500 water a second for the first stage. Yeah, we're fine. I'm not worried about it. And that's going to start outputting muddy sludge. Yep. Cool. And then we grab, where's rate calculator? Let's double check our outputs here. Yeah, only 3 clean Nexelit a second. That's no problem. This is all immediately bottlenecked on wanting to get rid of this stone. That does not surprise me. The stone is going to come over here, and we are going to crush it. For now, it's only one. This is going to be one of our other inputs of sand into the sand loop, by the way. How wide are these? Seven. If I do like that, and then like that, in theory it's balanced. Gravel, sand. Each of these gravel machines is ultimately taking in 5 a second, so I think that's like, I don't know, 2 of these should be plenty. And they output, yeah, 3 a second, so we'll say one of those is plenty. And then this outputs 3 a second, so we'll say one of these is plenty. And then that gets pushed right up into this system. Alright, lots of things are moving and grooving here. These appear to be working, which means that this stage is working. Yeah, and this is looping back on itself correctly. These are coming through into here. These are, oh, backed up on sand. Yes, that was somewhat expected. Worst case, how much sand do we get out of here? This is half a belt, 7.5 a second. Sorry, I've lost my Factorio window amongst my alt-tabbing. 7.5 sand a second. Which is... I don't know. 2 or 3 inserters. I think it's like 2.5 blue inserters. Alright, so these guys can all run again. Then we've got this being split up amongst all 4 of these lanes, going into all of these. Yeah, and these are all stopped because I didn't finish hooking up water to this setup. So that's perfect. That is everything actually working. Which is kind of always a surprise when things work the first time. Not gonna lie. And of course, this bottom one, by virtue of being the last one, is a little funky. We'll make it fit. Cool. Now all of these are going to start outputting... Yes. I'm seeing finely powdered Nexelit, or whatever it's called. Fine Nexelit powder. Also seeing that I did not necessarily hook up the last, or perhaps even the second half of a lot of these. Where do we lose water? Here. Now they're all turning on. Okay. That is absolutely beautiful, and it is absolutely going to destroy my base because there is no way in heck we can be bringing in enough sand to keep this thing running. We definitely cannot put a station here at this point, which is kind of frustrating. What do we still need for stations? We're going to need hot air in. We're going to have an ash output. And we need our borax, coke, and sand casting input. Okay. I'm going to do... Well, and our actual Nexelit output. But I'm going to do a fluid drop-off here. I'm going to say that this is our hot air in. I'm going to turn this one into an output. And this is going to be our ash out. Because I do think that I can squeeze the ash belt, like, right down into here. And that'll work fine for that. Because we're going to have our coal power plants, like, right around here. And then we're going to have... Oh, I didn't account for something. I forgot we need to have a fluid output for, like, the Nexelit. In that case, we might have to make this station all longer again, and it doesn't matter if we try to squeeze this output in. We might just get rid of this station. Because we need the molten Nexelit in addition to the solid Nexelit to be output. And I don't think we quite have enough space up top here for another set of stations. Ooh, maybe we do. Ooh, maybe if I'm a little more snug with our spacing down here, we can squeeze two in. Do I care enough? No, I don't. I don't care enough. We'll just expand. And somewhere I've got, there it is, my deconstruction planner to clear out all the plants. So I still want this to be the input for coke, borax, and sand castings. So that'll be that. These other ones, I may not make them what they are right now. We'll shuffle things around as we go. Now that I gave myself more room to work up top here, and I can kind of get extra stations in wherever I need them, I'm not going to worry so much about squeezing everything down here. Like, wherever we have space to do things, we'll do things. Coal power plants, I think 2 is enough, even at 15 a second. Yes, it is always just 2. I like that. So we're going to have 2 coal power plants, like... I mean, it's only 0.8 a second, So, like, if we do them like here, and then... Oop, it's a little too close. Do them like here. Coke there, and then their ash outputs are just here. Yeah, and then squeezing this ash belt down through here is still easy. And there's nothing else that I could need to run through here. Like, everything else is working fine. So I think saying that this is the ash output is absolutely fine. So this needs to be made pickup. And then that pickup needs to be made high priority because it's an ash output, it's a byproduct. Oh dear. That didn't get hooked back up when I changed the storage here. That's okay. Yeah, this will all start running very shortly, and we'll be fine. I'm not concerned about it ending up. Do have a bunch of crap in my inventory, though. Jeez. So, we're going to start with 9, or no, some number of advanced foundries. 12 advanced foundries. Which do not quite squeeze in here. That's okay. So, molten Nexelit. Ooh, yeah, because we have... How do we want to do this? I think if we do this, and then the heat pipes are like that. I think that's fine. And then that gets connected to... And if we bring this across here, we can drop that like there. And then each of these just needs... Oh, we also need borax coming in here. Okay, so this needs to go up one higher, because I need 2 belts of stuff, not just one. How do I want to bring in the belt of borax? Ooh, okay. May not have... No, we can do this. We can do this. Because our molten output can go a little further. I can bring in a belt here. And just use a long-handed inserter. I do have to power them now. But that's fine. 10, 11, 12. And I am out of belts. Wow. It's always a fun day when that happens. So we're going to have to run up to the mall and get a bunch more belts before all of this will finish connecting. How much borax do we use in total here? Even at 15 a second, it is 4 whole borax. Alright, that's like 2 of these guys. It's actually only like 1 blue inserter with hand size upgrade, but it's such a small amount that we will over provision slightly. So that'll be the molten output. Now, some of that is going to have to go to a fluid pickup, and then some more. Yeah. I think we do. Like a solid pickup and then a fluid pickup, and I need to decide which of those I want to prioritize and how we're doing like the overflow behavior between them. And then, yes, sand is going to remain backed up, right? Because these are all backed up, and this is what pulls sand through. So until we get... until we get these hooked up and start pulling the fine Nexelit powder through, then sand's going to stay backed up. That's fine. That's expected. Let's run up to the mall. Let's grab what we need. I try to do mall runs during ad breaks when I can, but sometimes you just need stuff when you need it. I also need heat pipes, which I think the bots are going to have to bring me. Let's see, I turned off this request, so that's fine. Yeah, it's so weird that this request has, like, 16s and 37s in here instead of 15 and 36, which is what PFC is showing me. I wonder if it's, like, a rounding thing? Yeah, I think it's a rounding thing. It's probably like 15 or 16.001 or something like that. Where the YAFC UI does some sort of floating point rounding to 15, but it does some sort of sealing operation when it decides how many buildings it needs for exporting to the blueprint. Something like that is, I'm sure, what's happening. What do the bots have left to bring me? They're bringing me some pipes. I don't care so much about that. They're bringing me more mechanical inserters. I have plenty of those. Landfill I have plenty of. All right, we can get out of here. We don't have to hang around at the mall any longer. Busiest intersection in the map was doing surprisingly okay, which makes me worried that the base just isn't doing anything. If that intersection is happy, I'm worried that there aren't that many trains moving around. So this is the molten Nexelit out. And then we're going to do a solid pickup here with a fluid pickup just past it. Hey, first molten Nexelit. I'll take that. 480 hours. Since we now have kind of plenty of space to work, I'm going to do the fluid drop-off here. This is just for hot air. And that's going to get pulled, like, right through here. Hot air. These guys need the sand castings, which again is very small amounts. We just swap this over to sand casting. No, not there. I lied. Let's go up like here. There we go. And then we're going to have Nexelit come in, and then it will need to, like, overflow up to the fluid output, right? So we'll make the Nexelit plates first, as much as possible. And then overflow valve that up to here, where it gets pumped into... Did that sand train finally leave? The sand train finally left. Yeah, it's going to take a minute, because this has very positive sand bias right now. We're draining these belts of byproducts as fast as we can. The sand and the stone here. Muddy sludge is being removed. Excellent. Yeah, this is all still very much in the catching up phase. Oh, half of these aren't running. Oh, they're just not up to temperature yet. Okay. And I think that's gonna be fine. I don't know what the working temperature for this recipe is. 450. Yeah, and these are gonna be up at like 1,000, right? So they will turn on shortly. It's just going to take a little while for this long line of them to fully saturate heat. And then... Oh, these got hot air. All right, all right, all right. And we have our first Nexelit plates coming from this build. We're not going to be overflowing molten Nexelit just yet. This is going to have to, you know, completely fill up. So I think that's the build. We got... I mean, a little bit of extra, a little bit more space than I necessarily needed. But, you know, we have room here for like 1, 2, like 3 more stations. So we could do something up here, use some of these stations, and reclaim a little bit of this space here. Oh, I need to put the radar back in place. That's a good thing for me to do. We don't need these anymore, because they were hooking up the radar before this build was in place. Alright, are we just currently bottlenecked on... Oh! I didn't properly fix these ones. Did we end up with any of the wrong thing down here, or did they all fortunately do the right thing? No, we did end up with a little bit of the wrong thing. Okay. That is part of why things are screwed up. It's the second set of machines doing this processing step on the output of these guys. And that's keeping these guys backed up. Okay. And then we have some grade 3, which can really just go anywhere. Because, yeah, I swapped the, like, order of outputs on these to sort of make the belt routing a little bit easier on myself. So these two builds are not identical mirrors of each other. This one is also supposed to be bigger. That's supposed to be 9 here. Yep, and 6 here. Yep. Alright, between those two fixes, that should unblock this row, which should unblock this row, and so on and so forth. I see a lot more things turning themselves on. Yeah, there we go. These more of the washers are turning on. I think, I don't know, there's probably other bugs in here. We have this output that's wrong. Why are these top ones not going? They are. All right. I think it's just the position of, yeah, the order of how the belt gets drained and how the main belt gets loaded means that this row is like the lowest priority to be consumed. And the last of these isn't quite up to temperature yet. There it is. Now it's up to temperature. So hopefully this will all be able to keep up now. And we'll see all of these rows running, which means all of these should be running equally balanced soon. The two halves of this belt are not equally balanced, and that's fine. I think one half is exactly 7.5 items per second. So as long as... and the other half is like 5. This is looking functional. The last of these hasn't quite turned on, but it will in a moment. Yeah, I'm happy. We are going to use every little bit of sand that's currently available in this base to make Nexelit, though. So until we get excavation, we might still have Nexelit issues. But I am going to go decommission the other Nexelit build. And we're going to say upgrade Nexelit is done. Pure sand we can't do right away. Sugar and then pluripotent stem cells and brain printing are on the list. Which is what we started working on the other day before I got distracted by this molten metals migration. But with Nexelit now running through Molten and having Molten Nexelit on rails, I believe everything that I can now do with advanced castings is being done with advanced castings. Which is pretty excellent. All right, I want to make sure when I'm taking this apart, I don't accidentally break the sulfur mine down there. But everything here... What's this? This is... oh, muddy sludge out. Yeah, I don't care about that belt. Honestly, we can just do that. There we go. So we'll leave the stuff that's left here for this sulfur mine. I don't want to break that, but now we have a little bit of space to... if we want to try to come up with some other build that would fit in here, we certainly can do so. Otherwise, these Nexelit bits from decommissioning this, I'm just going to go drop in at the other build, and then we'll move on to another project. Only took 2 hours to rebuild Nexelit. That's not so bad, all things considered. how much molten Nexelit does this make per second? We're making 42 molten a second, and these two casting machines will happily use all of that. So until our Nexelit plate demand is satisfied, we're not going to start pushing molten Nexelit out because of the way I have this configured. I could get rid of the overflow valve, and then sort of the natural fluid balancing properties would do what they do, and we'd end up with some amount in these guys and some amount in the pump. And maybe that's... I don't know. I'm never really quite sure how to balance these things. It does seem like we have... I guess it doesn't surprise me that we have some Nexelit plate demand that's pent up. Our old Nexelit build was not super healthy. Yeah, Iron Nexelit Antimony Special Alloy. Nexelit Antimony Special Alloy. Actually, that's it as far as unsatisfied demand. Just two stations that need it. So this might be able to catch up. As long as our sand can keep up, and I do not believe our sand will keep up for very long. But this can make 10 plates a second, which is like double what we were making before. So yeah, assuming sand keeps up. And I'm gonna say that already, probably not. We do have two trains trying to bring sand over here. But yes, we are not keeping up on sand. And that is, again, not a surprise. I guess when we switch this over to doing sand mining, a couple of these stations, at least one of these stations, will get used to bring in, like, the stuff that's necessary to cast iron sticks for the sand collectors. So... Alright. I think this is running well. I'm just trying to keep an eye on it to see if anything like jumps out at me as being critically broken. Nothing really does. We seem to be making what we need to make. I mean, if I run rate calculator over this whole thing, is it going to be happy with my decisions in life? Nine Nexelit in, whatever out. Yeah, net rate 0, net rate 0. Says clean Nexelit. Yeah, net rate minus 0.33 because there's a little too much. Then here it says plus 0.33. But that balances out, right? That's because one of these machines isn't running full speed. Because we only need 4.5 jaw crushers. And we have 5. But otherwise, I think that output all looks good. And CyberSyn says Nexelit plate demand is pretty much being satisfied, so hopefully this will be able to start buffering plates pretty shortly. In fact, it already should be able to. Cool. I'll have to check back on this obviously in a few minutes, but I think it's done. I don't think there's a lot more I can do by just hovering around here waiting to see what happens. So, oh, excuse me. Yeah, I have this more pure sand. We're not doing that right away. I do have, obviously, sand extract here. Which, like, this was really just like a turn iron into sand recipe. And then I also have the sponge turd, and there is a sponge turd that turns sand and saline water into pure sand. And that's basically, I mean, again, we looked at pure sand crafting at the beginning of the stream. Like, it's that or it's this. And, like, yes, I can get rid of muddy sludge. But this converts the sand at a much better rate. And, making sand itself without either inputs or byproducts is surprisingly difficult. So, the turd feels like a good way to make pure sand. I could be wrong. Could be this is a horrible idea, but I've been thinking about implementing that turd for a while, and the reality is that my glass has not been running as well as it can, and neither is silicon. Both of them are being starved of pure sand with astonishing regularity. So we have to upgrade our pure sand build, and I don't want to just do more of what I have. Where are they? Here. These modules. Like, yes, I could copy and paste this whole thing again somewhere and double our pure sand production, but it also has all of this coarse fraction output, which apparently we are not using. That worries me. Biomass we should at least be using. But if this backs up on coarse fraction, I'm going to be very sad. Although coarse fraction is useful enough, right? We do have uses for coarse fraction. But for now... Excuse me again, jeez. I think what I want to do is I want to get back to what I was working on before, which was... We've got xenogenic cells made. So our next steps in organ printing are, if we go over to YAFC, we want to get a sugar build going, and then that feeds into pluripotent stem cells, and then actually printing organs. I'm not doing this because I expect organ printing to take care of my brain problem. I'm doing this to get rid of meat by turning it into stem cells, to be clear. So that's what we're gonna do when we come back from the break. Is we'll do a sugar build, and we'll start making brains. But it has been another hour, which means it is ad break o'clock again. I do run just the one ad break an hour. just to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I appreciate folks sticking around through the break. I recommend getting some water, stretching your legs, take care of yourself as a human being. I am also going to step away and get some more water. And when we come back, we will start working on 3D printing brains. See everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you all sticking around through the break. All right, we are going to head down to where we're making printed animal parts, and I'm going to... you know what? Actually, before we head down there, let's pop into YAFC, and let's just grab the other buildings we're going to need. Let's finish getting this theory crafted, rather than going back and forth 3 times, because I think these are all going to be small builds, and I grabbed what I needed for the sugar build, but, like, these next steps are also fairly small. Yeah, the pluripotent stem cells we also want to put on rails, so we'll make that its own. Yeah, and we'll just do like one machine of those. That'll be its own thing. And then... what was I doing with the Tufra sheet? This shows Tufra recipe 2. Are we already using Tufra 2? Tufra 2? I don't even know. Like, I don't know if I started messing with that sheet or yes. Okay, we are already using Tufra 2. Do we have Tufra 3? No. We can upgrade to improved, or potentially upgrade to improved Tufras. These ones don't look awful to manufacture. Like, this recipe isn't bad. This recipe isn't bad. Yeah, so I think if we wanted to set up a little build to get tier 2 Tufra modules, just to like double our throughput, we could do that. I'd have to look at all of our inputs, obviously, and all these other things, but like the main footprint is the machines up here, so... and I think we have space at the Tufra build to feed it. Sorry, having a brain fart. I think we have space here to expand the various inputs that go into the build if we have to. But for now, we don't have to, I don't think. Yeah, these quantities are all so small. I mean, except maybe the biomass and the coarse fraction. But even then, you know, we could double this and still be less than half a belt for every single input. Alright, so we're not going to look at that. So we got sugar, and then we've got... pluripotent stem cells, and then we've got brain printing. And this is... doesn't need to bring in stem cells. Oh, and we're going to need bioscaffold. And I believe that's something else that we want to put on rails because it's used in multiple places. Yeah. Alright, so we got to make a bioscaffold build as well. Oh, and this has some weird inputs. Okay. I kind of didn't quite figure out what I was doing here, did I? How much do we need? 0.0. Okay, so yeah, this was scaled, I guess, to one machine making pluripotent stem cells and one machine making bioscaffold. This is a very small amount, though. I mean, maybe we go to, like, a third per second. Boric acid we can bring in. We have boric acid. Bone meal... we currently are generally making on-site from bone, which I kind of hate. There we go. That's a better ratio. And then sodium alginate is... relatively straightforward, I guess. The question is, do we do seaweed on site, or do we ship it in?
Space! Space!
Dire Nation, thank you so much for the follow. Give me 1 second to finish thinking through this YAFC sheet, and I will get you on the follower wall on the base. 10 seaweed crop facilities is a big enough footprint that I think we'll just bring in the seaweed from rails. Plus, that's one less thing we have to worry about scaling. 8 chitin a second is a lot of chitin, but we'll see if we can actually... This is way bigger than what we need right now. It's just... Actually, here, let's do this at half this scale. Let's do 0.2 a second. There we go. How much boric acid do we make? Supposedly 200 a second. Okay. And we could expand this. Okay. We apparently have a very small boric acid build. I just have no conception in my head how much boric acid we're actually using. This, I believe, does not go to rails. This is just doing boron trioxide. So somewhere else we have boric acid that feeds to rails. This one. Yeah, and that's sitting full. Okay, we don't use that much boric acid. I didn't think we did. In that case, I'm not worried about bringing in the boric acid. So sugar, pluripotent stem cells, which is just a bioreactor. Bioscaffold is a few things, and then the actual brains is a few bioprinters. All right, let's get all this plugged into YAFC. We're not into YAFC. The other thing, Factorio. The game we're supposed to be playing. Bioscaffold needs nanomaterial factories. It needs a fluidized bed reactor. We need a high-pressure furnace. We need 2 soil extractors. And then for the brains themselves, we need 4 bioprinters, which I believe I put in the mall earlier this week. So hopefully the bots can bring those to me. Yeah, there they are, bioprinters. Out of curiosity, I just want to check on this since we've been sitting around for a while. This has halted. It's halted because we have no sand. Ooh, boy. Saw that one coming a mile away. We do make some amount of sand in this base, but yeah, we're gonna change that to not import sand at some point, and it will instead import molten iron and make sticks on site and use sand extractors, because I think that's the only way we're getting that much sand. We just need a lot more. We need a few more techs for that. And how is glass doing? Because glass is what's blocking science. Glass is blocked on pure sand. Pure sand is running. I might have to copy this whole blueprint somewhere and make more pure sand, unfortunately. Just looking at, yeah, silicon and glass are both halted right now, and silicon is not really staying caught up. Sigh. Okay. The other thing we could try to do is, well, I don't know if we can double... We really can't. These belts don't have the space on them. I was going to say, we could try to double the... double these by upgrading all the buildings. But I don't think we actually can. But honestly, at some point I did a half-decent job with how all the water in this is connected, and, like, the void is easy to deal with. The inputs pretty much all go back to one place. So I think I could copy and paste this whole thing. We make this a blueprint real quick. We're going to call you pure sand. Yeah, water in here, and then there's also water here. This won't paste correctly. Really, I should modify this so that the water systems are all hooked together, and we have one more pump at the bottom. But I think this is fine for getting this copied and pasted somewhere. And then, isn't there some way to do something with blueprints and, like... Yes. You grab a blueprint, and then you click Add Section. Beautiful. So we're going to go ahead, and I am going to... We're going to double our pure sand before we go off and do the organ printing. I'm just going to do it. I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it. How many stations does this need? 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got the pure sand out, the biomass out, the coarse fraction out, and the oxygen out. 1, 2, 3. We have 4 spots for stations right here. Okay. You know what? We're squeezing this in where Nexelit plate used to be. I don't care. I'm going to make it fit. That way I don't have to mess around with too much other weird stuff. I could probably have removed some of these things from the requests. Like pipes. Like the undergrounds, because I should have plenty of those just in my default requests. Because it's going to put all the requests for this on top of my default requests. So, like, here, if we make our default request 2K and remove this, now it's not going to bring quite as many of those here, right? Make this 250. Remove that. 150 there is already enough. Alright, I think we have enough stuff to drop down this thing that we just copied and pasted. We might have to run back to the mall for a little more belts, a little more inserters, especially as I try to plumb everything up to the rail side of things, because that's not in the blueprint. But we'll get it started at least. It's raw Nexelit, and this is Nexelit plate. And this is a ridiculous blueprint, which I am going to put... You know, I wonder if I can manage to get this, this pump lined up someplace that the game would be happy with it. Probably not. There's probably not a big enough spot of water over here. Like, it would be happy there. There, but that's further north than I want. No. We'll just do it like... What is this ore? Molybdenum? We're never going to use that. Okay. Put it all the way up here. We're going to go, like, right here. Somewhere here. Yeah, this is water. It needs to be hooked up to the same water that the rest of the system is hooked up to. Which is... what? How does that work? Oh, that might not have ended up in the blueprint. I might not have quite copied and pasted enough there. Oh, yes, I did. Here it is. Yeah. It's here. Okay. And that's this pipe. I think that's this pipe? Yes, that's this pipe. And then this pipe... Yeah. This is void. Oh, which I did not have in the blueprint. So we are going to have to go back to base for at least one thing. One of these guys. And then, yeah, this whole pipe here, I can really route wherever I want it. But we need, like... Okay. I think that's water in. We'll find out. I am expecting this whole thing to just lock up on, you know, not enough. Without this void here, right? The outfall. But hopefully in the interim we can at least see some things get all the way to the end so I can route all these belts is what I'd really like. Why is that an underground? Is that an underground on this one too? Huh. Yes, it is. It doesn't need to be. Alright. Somehow I did not bring enough belts, despite thinking that I counted correctly. It's fine. We need to get the outfall anyway. The rest of this can all go away. Request an outfall. Now, when we look at all of this, we've got... What are our outputs here? Okay. So these two and these two, these four are our pure sand. These two are our biomass and whatever the other one is. And then up the middle here, this pipe is oxygen. Okay. So we grab like a chunk here. That's going to be... I should have done this in like the opposite order, but solid pickup station like here. Nope. Here, we do this. Then we do that. Then we do this part. There we go. I'm going to call that good enough for those. The other outputs are just normal stations, right? Yes, the other outputs are just normal stations. So we'll do one here. One, I don't think there was ever one here to begin with, but there is now. Here. That is going to come right here. I think that's all of the belts routed where they're going to need to go. And then we're just going to have... Right here, this is oxygen out, and that goes to a fluid pickup station. And then obviously we still need to flag some of these as high priority, etc., etc. I can copy and paste that. All of these should be, well, here. Biomass apparently is set up as a void, so I'm going to want to copy and paste that correctly. I don't know which of these is biomass and which of these is... All right, biomass is the outer one. All right, that's fine. So this is going to be course fraction. This is going to be biomass. And then oxygen. This is not set as a high priority source, and it absolutely should be because it's a byproduct. So I'm actually going to need to fix that on the other one. Because yeah, that is most definitely a byproduct. And then, I guess, power. I'm worried that we're either... Well, we should be able to handle the biomass output. I'm worried about the coarse fraction output from doing more of this build, because clearly we're not really handling coarse fraction fast enough. But that is... We can fix that. We can do more coarse fraction processing. Like... Alright, I'm waiting for an outfall, and actually almost everything I want is going to be down towards the bottom, isn't it? So we'll wait down here rather than up at... Usually I'm up here because I want the buildings, but right now I want belts and stuff, so... That's all I was really out of on that build, right? Was belts. Alright. Yeah, I have plenty of inserters. I have the outfall we need. I think this is everything to finish this build. Whoops, I forgot where I was going. Alright, and we are starting to get some bits and pieces of the output on this, so it does seem like it's working. The top half doesn't have power. That's easy enough to change. That looks like pure sand coming through. That looks like biomass and coarse fraction getting properly filtered. I think 4 pumps is enough to run this thing. We'll find out as the kind of loopback stages all turn back on. Double check that we're still getting enough water through the whole system. I think it does. Ah, here we go. That's why some things are looking like they're backing up. We didn't quite have everything hooked all the way up. So yeah, course fraction. And... oh, the biomass is just now making it all the way down here. That's fine. Oxygen. Starting to fill up. That's fine. Excellent. Up here, what are we looking at? I see biomass and coarse fraction looping around. I see pure sand starting to come through. The two halves, yeah. And as this loops back around, we're going to get more soil, which will turn on the last of these machines. Cool. I think it's working. That is a lot more pure sand. I do still want to do maybe not this kind of pure sand build eventually. But for now, at least, it's fine. And I did say that I saw a bug on this side. Do I remember what that bug was? Right. This is not high priority, and it should be. Not that it matters, it seems like it's getting used. You know, I have oxygen demand nearby, I guess, and that's a nearby source of oxygen. But it should be flagged that way so that it will get pulled from over our intentional oxygen production. Alright, I think... label that. And there we go. That is doubled pure sand. Hopefully that will help with our silicon and glass having issues. I should also add this to YAFC. Pure sand. A. And then we duplicate that and call it B. Yeah. There we go. I don't have many duplicate builds in the base, but I do track them separately in YAFC because it makes more sense for my brain that way. Each YAFC page is supposed to be like one set of input and output rail stations, right? So I want to make sure that I'm not getting multiple builds conflated with each other in YAFC or anything weird like that. But I think. Yeah, we've got two trains being filled up simultaneously, or we will shortly. Yeah, hopefully our course fraction processing can handle this, and if not, like I said, we'll just have to expand course fraction handling. It's not the end of the world. But we'll check back in on glass and on silicon in a few minutes just to see how we're doing and if this actually helped. So, what are we building down here? We've got xenogenic cells. Xenogenic cells ended up at like 5 stations, didn't they? Yes. And that's why we decided to kind of split this whole thing up into multiple chunks of build, is because I realized that it was needed a lot more stations than I thought. Okay. I'm thinking. I probably should have used this layout when I did Nexelit. This is, I think, a little bit more compact than what I did. That's okay. Alright, the sugar build is 1 input and 2 outputs. Pluripotent stem cells is 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Yeah, because we can get all these solid inputs on 1. Sugar is an output, biomass is an output. Here we have solid and fluid inputs. And plus 2 outputs. So that's still 4. 3, 4. Bioscaffold is... Whoops, I missed a... I missed a boiler. But also, still... 2 inputs and 1 output. And then brains is 2 inputs and 1 output. Okay. So none of these are huge builds. Let me... This one needs 1 extra station, but everything else is like 3 stations. 3, 4, 3, 3. So all of this stuff will pretty nicely tuck in kind of wherever. I mean, I think we just keep growing this west here and just pop up a few new siding areas and move on with our lives is the way this is going to work. Does look like this build up here is wide enough that I want to give ourselves a little bit of a gap. Yeah, that's good. Nexelit remains out of sand. This may not actually work until we can improve sand production, which is really unfortunate. But at least glass might start running a little bit more consistently? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I mean, hopefully. Hopefully glass starts running a little bit more consistently, is really all I could say. Because once we get... If we can get science running steadily again, if we can catch up on our glass deficit, then that will, like, we can tech our way out of Nexelit being broken, and I don't know how much Nexelit is ultimately in any of our science packs right now. Like... Realistically, is there Nexelit in any of it? I mean, yes, Chemical Science Pack just straight up uses Nexelit plates. Okay. So we do have some bare minimum amount of Nexelit that needs to be worked into our science. But, like, we do ultimately tech out of this problem, right? It's only 2 techs away. So if we can limp forward running Nexelit on sand from the base until we get the new tech, then that's fine. And for now, I'm going to let it limp. Because I want to focus on getting this part done. Because we started doing organ printing as a meat void, and ultimately it's currently not voiding meat because it's full. And meat is... not a problem yet, but boy, it looks like it wants to become one again. And that is a sign, I think, that we need to keep moving here. Let's do that one too. So if we're going to do, I guess, sugar first, because it's a fairly small build. Input and 2 outputs, nice and straightforward. Input for sugar, we need potatoes. We need lime, and we need bones. All right. So, first things first, potatoes feed into pulp mill. And we're going way overboard with inserters here. I could scale this build up hugely with this many inserters. Like, we're only using 1 2-fra a second. We actually want to do this one at the bottom. Pulp mill. Making molasses. That is 1 2-fra out. And the molasses. This can go right up here. biomass right there. And then the molasses output, which will go up to the next stage, which is going to make sweet syrup from lime and the type A molasses. And that's done in a mixer. Alright, and that needs lime at 0.5 per second. Again, we're kind of scaling this all to way more than we could possibly need. Yeah, 0.5 a second. So just like 1. And then this has an output. And then for the last step, we need bones. And that is an evaporator. Making sugar. And still more power. Power, power, power. And then that gives us sugar, 2 a second out. Alright, which is just... I bet Milestones expected me to make that a long time ago, huh? Yeah, that's Pi Science 2. Completed. Everything else was like somewhere between 115 and 300 hours for Pi Science 2. And my sugar was at 482. The reason it expects you to make sugar is it expects you to use sugar for wax, I think, as like your initial input to your bees, and I did not use sugar for that. I used a different route. Which was stupid, but it did get the job done, so... Cool. This is way more than enough sugar for what we're going to use to make to do organ printing. Yeah, the next one, the pluripotent stem cells, needs 4 stations. That's just so annoying. Is there a spot I can squeeze in that has like a spare station that I can use? Not easily. There's a station there. There's a couple there. Couple there, one there, but no corner where I have, because it's like one building and it's 4 stations. So if I can squeeze in somewhere and just like do a little bit of extra routing. Then I will. What is going on with... Oh. This is where we had, I guess, the previous radar for this corner, which I pasted over without even thinking about it. I was like, what is going on with those power poles? That's so weird. Yeah, this looks good. This is like 2 sugar a second or something like that. No, half a sugar a second. I ended up scaling it down. That's right. The 2 sugar a second build that I was originally contemplating was still not that big, right? It would have been still just 1 evaporator and then 4 of each of these. But it would have used, like, all of my potatoes immediately. And even though it would have, like, backed up and buffered, I didn't just want to run out of potatoes. So, am I out of asphalt? I'm out of asphalt. All right. I need to get more asphalt. Check on Nexelit plate. It is, of course, completely out of sand. How is our sand currently configured? Alright, this is the lowest priority use for gravel, but it is still on the A network. So this will at least, like, keep trying to run and keep trying to produce as much sand as we need for the Nexelit. So that part is fine-ish. I'm hoping that this trainload of sand is going to Nexelit, but my heart tells me it's not. Oh, it is. Cool. What does Cyberson say about, like, sand? Do we have much in the way of... sand demand? I mean, a bunch of these could provide... Right? Oh, no, because sand stacks to 200. Okay. So it's 4,000. Got it, got it, got it. All right, well, Twitch is telling me it's time to run another ad break. I'm going to let Twitch go ahead and do that. I am going to get some more asphalt, and then I'm going to step away and get myself some more water while the ad runs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Stretch your legs, hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings. When we come back, we'll keep working on the organ printing bits. And, I don't know. I'm sure we'll find something else broken in the meantime as well, and have to go off and work on that. And we could probably check in on glass as well and see if our new pure sand is helping with any of that. Welcome back. Appreciate everyone hanging around through the break. Alright, sand is still a problem. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of sand at a time, but not the consistent quantity of sand that this thing really needs. Which isn't surprising. Like I said, we will switch this over to making all of its own sand eventually. And it will be glorious. But until then, meh. The other part, what was I going to look at? Oh, silicon. How's silicon doing? Ooh, silicon is starting to, like, accumulate sand. That is delightful. That is really good to see. So this is running at, like, full speed then. Yeah, pretty much. Which is also great to see. So yeah, plenty of silicon now. And what does that mean for glass? Not yet, but I think since silicon is running full speed and is accumulating glass, and I think this is probably requesting, like, yeah, this wants a full buffer here. which... Does silicon need a full buffer? Maybe. We use a lot of silicon. But certainly, once that does fill up down there, then, like, both of these pure sand things will get themselves hooked up to, We'll be trying to keep glass saturated, so that'll be good to see. I don't remember what glass pulls. I think glass can pull, like... I think this is scaled to a double yellow belt. Yeah, 30. And obviously belts stack to 3 now, so this belt is actually 45 with stack inserters. So... I think there's no issues there. Keeping this saturated. We might have done it. We might have done it, chat. We might have actually fixed glass. All I had to do was double this build that I should have doubled 300 hours ago. Oh, I really wanted to tech my way out of this problem. Or something. I hate spamming the same build over and over. It's not a fun sort of problem solving, right? But... And then with efficiency modules everywhere in this, our fuel usage is also way, way, way down, which might end up being a problem. We'll see if, like, fuel starts to back up in places, but... Cool. I think glass is just, like, running consistently, which is absolutely wild. And yeah, for whatever reason, I mean, it's still going to take a while for glass to, like, saturate, right? I'm pretty sure every glass output is still having trains come by and pick it up as soon as stuff is available. We can look at the various glass products, but glass itself, yeah, we need some here. We need some here. We need some here. It is starting to catch up, though. Ooh, something is out of titanium. Oh, lamp. That's what that is. Okay. And then, glassware. Yeah, that's very much still in very rough shape. And it seems like we're doing okay on optical sets. Yeah, we only use those in one place. And it only requests, I mean, whatever it requests for them. Out of tin plates, though. Always. And then, what's the last thing that we make from glass? Oh, Petri dishes. And those are... Petri dishes are starting to catch up, although there's definitely still a lot of demand scattered around. So, still a ways to go before glass catches up with demand in the base. It is always possible that over the course of growing this base, we have actually exceeded our production capacity for one or more of those things, or for molten glass in general. In which case, this will never catch up. I don't think that's the case, but we'll certainly find out. Tin is my forever problem child. Tin, I'm pretty sure we have actually exceeded what we're producing, and I need to upgrade tin to do 2 bolts of input. I just haven't decided I want to do that yet. Alright, let's, the sugar build is done. Let's move on to the pluripotent stem cell build. Fluid drop-off. Let's do the fluids up here. Oh, actually, there they are. Xenogenic cells. Our other input is oxygen. Xenogenic cells. And oxygen. Cool. And then our solid inputs are going to be sugar and retrovirus. And then all of that just feeds into one bioreactor that gives us 2 outputs. And that is where we need to find... You know, I might just route one of those outputs over here and call it a day. That's what I might do. Alright, pluripotent cells... As always, kind of make sure that we're properly designing these things so that we can get our all of our inputs and outputs through them. Except those are our inputs, not our outputs. This one is oxygen. Okay. And... yeah, 0.26 items a second of total solid input. So that runs just right off of 1 belt, sugar and retrovirus, and 2 inserters is plenty. There we go. We're going to do our main output here. And this is going to be the actual... pluripotent whatevers. And then the CO2 output, we're going to have to bring all the way up and all the way over here to where we have a little extra space for another station. Ooh, I'm out of train stations. That's wild. All right, fuel production stage 2. I think I put this on when I was having trouble with too much of everything, or with not enough, fuels, but I pretty much solved that with efficiency modules, so I don't know if I need anything from that immediately. So we're not going to worry too much about that. It'll probably help with, like, getting rid of olefins, though. And that is still an issue we're going to have for a little while. And then this output is actually... we're going to use the fancy pipes, because this has to go a long distance. Further north would be good. There we go. And this is going to need, obviously, a train station that I don't have. It also needs to be marked as a byproduct, because it is. But otherwise, I believe that is that done. If I go ahead and drop sugar over here by hand. I don't know if I would need productivity in sugar, but it looks like I can prod sugar if I so desire. Good to know. And then this should be... Yep, just starting to make... Gonna take a while before it makes a lot of those. We could probably double this if we really wanted to. Add another bioreactor. Because this is making a whopping 3 1/3 of these per second. But it's also not really an important thing. Like, again, this all just has to run fast enough to... oops, this isn't where I want it to go. This all just has to run fast enough to use up enough meat to keep animal processing from falling over. And as long as it's able to achieve that goal, I'm happy with it. You know, again, it's gonna supplement brain production, which is also nice, but it is ultimately a intended as a sink at this point, because turns out organ printing is expensive. But I do have plenty of meat, so we're going to use it. And boy, the bots have a lot of crap to bring me. Alright, well, the bots are bringing me things. Let's check. Okay, so this is still occasionally running out of pure sand, which probably means that silicon is not... Oh, silicon is... What? Now I'm concerned. Oh, look. Zero trains with this stop. We might need more biomass void capability. I was worried about the other thing. The, course fraction, and I'm still worried about the course fraction. But, yeah, that's not good. Or, you know, maybe I could find something useful to do with biomass instead of just getting rid of it. But either way, that's all totally broken. Excellent. Because, yeah, this is sitting pretty full, isn't it? I mean, I could build another one of these arrays, but Ash is apparently also sitting quite full, which has me nervous. Oh, but Ash is on a void, so this should sit mostly full most of the time, I think. That's actually probably okay. Yeah, this is also running way faster than I would like it to be, which is probably part of what's overloading our biomass, is all the bio crud we're making. That means a bunch of something decayed somewhere, right? I do try not to make bio crud. I make biomass with kind of wild abandon. You know, everywhere I set up native flora, we pretty much have biomass happening, right? Like, I just let flora decay. But it's all, you know, a couple mines here, a couple mines there. It's just a few a second. Like, yes, it adds up. We probably make belts upon belts of biomass around the space. But, like... yeah, we might have to find a better use for biomass. like, I bet this train... Yep, it's going right around to the end and right over to here, which is less than ideal. All right. What can we do with biomass besides burn it? We can turn it into CO2. That is an option. We can turn it into syngas and methanol. We can turn it into flue gas, which is just acid gas, which is more sulfuric acid, right? That's how all of our, like, chains of voids work. Powdered biomass. Okay, that just doubles its fuel value. I don't know if that's super useful. There's this awful recipe. Yeah, different fertilizer recipes. We're using some critical water. Quads. Like, Relisias use biomass. Like, I do use biomass around the base, and I'm pretty sure most of the places that we use biomass here, we're bringing it in on rails. We're not spoiling things locally just to make biomass, right? Ooh. Is this a thing? I mean, obviously it's a thing. Is it a useful thing? We're gonna put a pin in this one. I'm gonna favorite that. Which, I never use the favorites in this, but, like, while we're flipping through everything, let's use the favorites. Alright, biofilm is not researched yet, but we're gonna need it soon for that. Sure. I don't think this is a thing in our playthrough. Turd recipes. Future Arcod recipes. None of this really jumps out at me as anything I really want to do. Okay. So yeah, the thing that jumped out to me, and seems like it's a pretty good compaction as well, is this. Let's flip over to YAFC and let's void biomass to coal. Oh god. Could I please find the biomass icon? Probably not in this mess. Oh, there it is. Alright, so we're gonna bring in biomass. We're gonna say... I'm gonna say minus 45. That's gonna be one stacked belt, right, is 45 biomass a second. And we're going to turn that into raw coal. Sure. A double stacked belt is only 3 of these, so maybe we do that. Or maybe we call it 60 and we say we've scaled it to whatever. Doesn't matter. We can get 2 stacked belts out. We'll call it 60, quote unquote. And then coal goes to... I mean, crushed coal, right? Coarse coal. Coal. Coal dust. This is all of the standard coal processing. That gives us half a belt of coal, a little bit of coal dust out of heaps and heaps of biomass. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Two, 4, 12, 15. This is the ratioed version of this, by the way. Yeah, we have no common prime factors left. We're not doing that. We're gonna say 60. I think I agree with saying that probably 60 is like the most that our train station can realistically push in. And honestly, even saying 60 is pushing it. But this is like 3 train stations, not that many buildings. I think we build this. And then what we'll do is I can change this one. This is already a void network. But if I make this priority -2, then when I build the other one as a void with priority -1, we will prefer to turn the biomass to coal before we turn it to ash. We'll make... I mean, yes, obviously ash is useful. I mean, ash is soot. Soot is silver. Is what it is. But we're going to get better silver processing soon anyway, and like our ash processing is regularly kind of pushed to the limit. So I would much rather be, I think turning things into coal than this. A train is stuck. Ooh, well that's, a bug, but also, remember I said at the start of the stream that this olefins thing was going to break our fluorine void? The fluorine void is broken. Which means that our phosphoric acid is going to start breaking shortly. Okay, so we do need to prioritize... everything's falling apart, is what's happening. Alright, what are we working on? 1, how's this pure sand doing? Is it running again? No. Biomass is totally backed up. Presumably because this is still, like, fully saturated. Yeah, multiple trains with this stop. There's only so many slots. So we're just making too much biomass for that to handle. So we gotta fix that first. We're gonna do the biomass to coal. It's hard to tell if coarse fraction is gonna be a problem because biomass has been backed up. We'll deal with that later. We did more pure sand, we did sugar, and we did the pluripotent stem cells, right? It's just the bioscaffold we haven't done yet, and the actual brain printing. Yes. But this is going to run slowly, and it's just going to keep... I mean, it's going to keep chugging along, and it's going to be pulling out xenogenic cells, and xenogenic cells are going to keep using up meat. And that is good enough for me. So that... The immediate purpose of working on that build, I think, is achieved. I'm going to unfavorite this now that I am done flipping through things. the immediate purpose of working on that has been achieved. So we have the two things that are currently backed up, which is olefins and new biomass void to coal, which I think I just put on the bottom. Okay, those are the two important things. We did just unlock this new, like, fuel stage 2 or whatever tech, so let's look at olefins, and see what our options are. I'm curious what our current methanol build looks like. Let's look into that, because maybe that's a thing we should be thinking about. Because we now have this recipe that does zinc chloride with olefins to methanol instead of the one that also makes petroleum gas. Diesel is an option, but like we have lots of fuel in the base now, and I'm concerned about just voiding to fuel. Although I think I do also have a diesel void, which just burns it to flue gas. So, like, we can do that. This is maybe the better route to go. Instead of olefins to diesel, we do olefins to aromatics, because then we have aromatics to diesel anyway. And aromatics are potentially more useful, like as a intermediate thing to have around. Petroleum gas and light oil. Gasoline. I mean, lubricant. And then other stuff. Yeah, so I think it's kind of between this one and this one. I mean, I think this one. Because then we do aromatics to diesel. I don't know which aromatics to diesel we're doing. There's a couple of them. I can look it up. Right over here. This one. 500 aromatics to 300 diesel. Which is not currently running, which means that, like, we're not overflowing on aromatics. So maybe... I mean, they're not super in demand either. Oh, yes, they are. Oh, no, that's a void. Never mind. I was like, wait, we have one that hasn't gotten any deliveries. But that's just because it's on the void network. We have this, which is providing 240,000, but not in the void. Is that a bug? No? I think that's intentional. This is labeled aromatics from tar, which means I guess I consider tall oil to be a byproduct of this build. And this is just like supplementing my aromatics, but also like this will never get used. We have so much aromatics from other things. But, like, nothing else jumped out to void this other than diesel, right? I mean, there's this. There's the methanol recipe. Right. Let's check our methanol recipe. Methanol is... Where is methanol? Ah. What are we doing to make methanol? We're doing methanol from methane and tin chromium alloy. Let's do this in YAFC. Sometimes I have an easier time looking in YAFC than in game. So we look at our current methanol build. It's 133 methane a second to 200 methanol a second, a bunch of hot air, and tin chromium alloy. If we replace that with... Alright, that's the one that it thinks is apparently the cheapest, because it also makes petroleum gas, and maybe that is. But... it thinks this is very expensive, and that is perhaps because it thinks zinc chloride is expensive? UFC cost for 50 units of fluid, 14.4. Yeah, okay, so it thinks methane is a lot cheaper than olefins, and then on top of that, we have the zinc chloride, which is not considered super cheap either. Alright. Yeah, maybe just to aromatics is the way to go for now. And then aromatics can overflow to diesel as needed. This is the one we just looked at, right? Yeah, and that's stuck because all of this is stuck. At least I added a void network there. I don't think I have anything that can be called voids for olefins, but... yeah. This intentionally makes them. Wow. At some point, I needed these, and now they're a problem. They're only used... what is this? Yeah, why did I add this build that makes these? Oh, I know why. You know what the issue is? The issue is that at one point, I think, we were using the lubricant recipe that uses olefins and oleochemicals. And then I moved away from that, and we're doing different ones. But when we get desulfurization, aromatics goes to lubricant. Okay. Yeah, so let's do aromatics. Let's do the aromatics void. And then aromatics to lubricant, and we'll stop doing lubricant the stupid way, which is ash and fish oil or whatever. I'm actually surprised this doesn't have ash. Something is using all my ash. Really? We don't have ash? All right, we're deep in the yak shaving of how broken my base is right now. There's 97,000 ash here, but I think it's 100,000 as a train load. No. 10,000 is 20,000 is a train load. So there's 97,000 ash here. Why is it not being brought over to lubricant? I mean, this is stopped anyway, but this should have a request, right? Oh, no. It needs to lose another 1,200 before it requests. Okay. That's fine. The issue is that it's out of fish oil. And that's, I mean... I would like to move away from relying on fish oil for lubricant anyway, right? That's why desulfurization has been floating around in my priority list. So I hope, this is going to be a several birds with, ooh boy, several birds with a smaller number of stones thing, right? If we do olefins to aromatics and then aromatics to lubricant, that hopefully solves some of our backup problems there. And then also we can start getting the new desulfurization. No, sorry. Well, we'll get sulfur from desulfurization, which will feed back into our sulfuric problem. But it should also fix our fish demand. But also, fish has just stopped. What? I'm out of filters? Okay, I need to... Let's add some notes here. Olefins to aromatics. We're going to rename that. We have biomass to coal is also on the to-do list. Yes. We want to add near the top here, aromatics to lube needs desulfurization. This is part of also uncorking olefins. And that's going to be like here, somewhere in the priority. I don't care about this one. That is those parts of things that are currently broken. Why is filtration media broken? That's a thing that I did not expect to be breakable. Where do I make filtration media? There's activated carbon. Oh, filtration media needs glass. Well, there's your problem. So it's kind of hard to know if filtration media is still a big enough build or not when it's blocked on this mess. But, like, that just comes back to our biomass void, right? Because glass is slow because pure sand is slow. Pure sand is slow because biomass is backing up. Biomass is backing up because we don't use enough biomass. So... let's do biomass to coal first, and then we'll do olefins to aromatics. At some point, we will do aromatics to lube. We still go back to working on the brain printing project as and when we're not putting out other fires. I think that's the set of priorities right now. Oh, and sand. Yeah, let me put that in the to-do list too, because that is also basically a fire. Self-contained sand for Nex. And that's going to be done before we can do aromatics to lube, just by the order of operations here. And then I'm going to move the sponge upgrade till later. We'll look into sponges for pure sand, that turd, at some point, because it gets rid of some of these byproducts we're having to deal with. But for now, I think we can find a use for coarse fraction, we can find a use for the biomass. It's not my biggest concern to think about doing that switch. Cool. So biomass to coal. We were just looking at that over here. Let's get that exported to a blueprint. No, it's you grab the blueprint, add section. That is not... Oh, right. I tried this before and it doesn't work. Because YAFC doesn't actually give you... When you hit the export entities to blueprint, it only exports one of each, like, recipe machine, which, like, lets you copy and paste and move things around, but it doesn't let you set a request from it. I tried this before. All right. All right. So we requester chest blueprint instead. We do this the way we've always been doing it. Biomass to coal. Biomass to coal. There we go. Where do I want to put this biomass to coal? It's only 3 stations, several buildings though. Do I have a place to tuck it somewhere? Not really. It would be useful to have it, like, closer to where we're doing all of the biomass processing, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, I don't think it matters where I put it, is the conclusion that I am coming to. And then hopefully unblocking biomass by a couple of belts at least will unblock enough motion in pure sand and unblock enough glass to maybe fix filtration media, to maybe fix whatever else. We are very deep into the, like, running on hopes and dreams territory here, but that's fine. This base has always kind of run on hopes and dreams. So this row is going to be, I think, the longest row of them all. And it's going to be 10 longer when all is said and done. And I'm just doing that so I can see how big this is going to be when I have it fully scaled out to 15 Nexelit per second input. Science, I'm hoping, is still broken on like PySci 1, not on like PySci 2. Or really, chem is the one that's bad, because chem is the one that needs Nexelit in. As long as we are not blocked on Nexelit, and we're not, we're blocked on glassware. Specifically glassware. As long as we're not blocked on Nexelit, then we're still in a place where we can, like, tech our way out of our Nexelit sand input problems. But if we get blocked on Nexelit, we're going to be in a worse place. There are a lot of these unremovable rocks here, which I'm not happy about. We're going to see how this goes. Ooh, yeah, this zinc ore rock is, like, right in my path. Which is kind of fine, because we're not going to need that many stations here, so... We might do something a little weird and cursed, but we'll make everything fit that needs to fit. And when I see might do something weird and cursed, what I really mean is, oh, shoot. Really? Lead-rich rock? What I really mean is maybe we're not going to put this here at all. I saw this one. I didn't see this one. Yeah, this whole area is kind of unusable with all these rocks here. Cool. Making sure I don't get myself misaligned with the grid here. If I put this down in the wrong place and then realize when I come up, like, to here that I'm off by one little, you know, 20 tiles or something like that, would be a very sad Brandon. That would make me a very sad Brandon. Okay. Twitch is telling me that it has once again been another hour, which means it is once again ad break o'clock. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. And I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water during the break, as I usually do. I recommend y'all do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we come back, we will keep working on this. Whichever thing we're doing. Biomass to coal void. That is the project of the moment. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging around through the break, everyone. I do appreciate it. All right, we are building this thing. So we're going to bring in as much biomass as we conceivably can, and we are going to shove it onto... I think what I decided was that was 2 belts that are maybe stacked like double. Realistically, they will be stacked triple, but I'm pretty sure our stations can't actually handle bringing in like triple stacked belts like that. So we are not going to try. Let's see. Somewhere up here, I have a high-capacity station I can copy and paste. But cool. And then this is going to be in the V network because it is a void. It's going to be priority -1, but it will request as much biomass as can be delivered. There we go. 120 stacks, 120 stacks. Yes. Now, it feeds into a shockingly small number of high-pressure furnaces. Because apparently it's 3 for each of these belts. Making coal, raw coal, from biomass. Yeah, 10 of them into each. Okay. There we go. All the coal. This will already have a bunch of trains en route because we have a lot of biomass backed up. And then this outputs a grand total of 4.8 raw coal per second. Yeah, 0.8. So this is immediately down to 1 belt. That feeds into 5 secondary crushers. Well, 4.8 secondary crushers, but... doing... crushed coal. And these have 3 different outputs, but they are all very small quantities. So it is all going to fit on 1 belt, and we can just split it up when we get over here. So the main thing is sending crushed coal out. And that feeds into 2 of these automated screeners. To make coarse coal, yes. And then that spits out, actually a lot, 2.6 items from each of these. So we'll use blue inserters here. Might be overkill, but whatever. And then from that, we're going to get coarse coal out, and it's kind of the same deal, right? We do this. Coarse coal. And that goes into one more secondary crusher? Yeah, secondary crusher. Which does coarse coal to coal. There we go. Yeah, that's... We'll deal with repowering that in a minute. Everything here needs to be powered, in fact. Now, coming out this side, we have coal and coal dust, and that's going to be going to 1, 2. And we're going to have coal and coal dust coming out of, well, most of these, in fact. So this... comes up here, comes up here. In the grand scheme of things, this makes... I think this is okay. I think this all sufficiently fits on, like, technically one thing. Coal dust... Coal dust, we make a grand total of 0.7. Okay. And then up here for coal, which is like half a belt, something like that. And this is the output of a void, so all of these need to be high priority sources. All the usual configuration for these stations. And I think that's it. I don't think this needs anything else. In theory, this can pull 60 a second. I don't think we can keep this full at 60 a second, so I think this is just going to pull basically as fast as the trains can bring this biomass. It will destroy biomass. Apparently, I am running out of rail signals, which is... interesting. Don't know if there's any that I can, like, deconstruct around here. I think I cleaned up as I went, for the most part, with rail signals. Double check all of these, see if I have any free. I don't. Nope. Alright, that's unfortunate. What do I need to make a rail signal? Circuits and iron plates. You know what? I have circuits right up here. Assuming that they are not also broken, which is entirely possible given how my base has been running. But, yeah, we can get some circuits, and then something around here has got to take iron plate as an input, right? That's like... Surely something. takes iron plates. Don't vacuum tubes take iron plates? Isn't that a thing? Do I remember that correctly? Oh, I do. I'm good. All right. Just so I can drop those off down there and say this build is done and not have to think about it anymore. I think we can also get rid of these guys. I just want to be careful not to destroy, there we go, the various resource rocks. For those who don't know, one of the hard mode things that is optional that you can enable, but I enabled it, is resource rocks are infinite, but they cannot be built over. So I have that enabled, which means I have infinite resource rocks, which is cool, because that's not the hard part of playing hard mode, and it's just a little bit nicer to not have to worry about, you know, moving around between resource rocks as they run out. But it does mean that when I'm using Ore Eraser, I want to make sure that I don't accidentally break that balance that hard mode is trying to create with that trade-off. It concerns me that there are no trains coming for coal right now. But I think it will happen shortly. And also, like, even still, like, this is so heavily compressed, right? Because 60 biomass is 7.5 coal, which is 8-to-1. It stacks to half, so as far as like storage space, it's only 4-to-1. But still, I'll take an 8-to-1 ratio. That is done. Next, olefins to aromatics. Olefins. It thinks that this is a very expensive recipe, but the reality is that it is a void. So, whatever. Yep, pretty much that's it. Water pump, a outfall, Nexelit in. And then see, set fixed consumption. That is going to take that 100, just so I don't have to deal with priority pipes. Yeah, 2 inputs, 1 output, and a couple of buildings. Let's run up to the mall and let's grab it all. I think... Yeah. Alright. Science is probably still broken on glassware. Yeah. Glass is probably still broken on all the things it's been broken on. This actually shows lots of pure sand coming through, which is good. Good. I'm actually really glad to see that. Obviously, it's still going to take a while for, like, everything to saturate, but progress has been made? Maybe? It might be necessary to expand, like, this portion so it can maybe handle this full triple stacked belt. That would give us 50% more molten glass. Not sure if, you know, our quartz input and our pure sand input could actually sustain that, but seems like the new biomass void is helping because pure sand is actually accumulating. What a wild concept. We will need to keep an eye on course fraction now, though, because if that starts to back up, we're going to be in a problem space. But yeah, things are still grabbing glass pretty much as fast as we can make it. What requests 1.3? Oh, that's the provider. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, this is filtration media, which is very much at least back on. It already wants more glass, but, like, jeez, I really don't even know. I guess I can find out, right? We check our production statistics for, like, glass over the last 10 hours. Maybe we do molten glass, actually, because that's kind of the meta. Yeah. So it's been rough for a while. I think down here is where it was really broken. Like, I think this is around when I put efficiency modules on everything. And then it kind of tried, and it's been kind of broken without access to pure sand. And now, hopefully, we're back up around our theoretical capabilities. Hopefully. Alright, let's go do this, Oliphane's Void. And... see where that gets us. Let's see. What are our inputs to this? Olefins and Nexelit plate. Okay. It is concerning how full this is getting. Not gonna lie. I might need to then find another use for coal. Because I think our only real use for coal right now is to turn into raw coal. Or to turn into, not raw coal. To turn into tar. Or coke, right? We have a red hot coke build somewhere. Which, in theory, requests lots of stacks. And yet, why are we pulling from here when coal is available here? As a high priority station. Something seems wrong. And also, I've realized that I might need that to be a... Alright, there is coal outgoing. No, but that's not that station. Oh, this is a provider station. I'm an idiot. Okay. Or a requester station, rather. I hooked it up backwards. I put the wrong station here. Did I do the same thing down here as well? Absolutely I did. Solid pickup station. Boom. Now this should immediately get, like, all the requests. Yeah. That'll do it. Now, my question... Yeah, this one has a V... And I think I said this one also was properly on a void network. Yes, it does overflow. So this can be a void, it, like, as far as my logistics system is concerned. It does need Nexelit plate, which is, kind of a problem. I might have to hand deliver that. It'll get it eventually, though. And... Water in. And then on this side, we're going to have water out, which I have to find a spot for. How about right there? Oh wow, I'm surprised we got Nexelit that quickly. That's awesome. We must have recently gotten a load of sand or something over here, because I'm surprised. All right, and then we've got the aromatics out. And those can come right here. Fluid pickup. Pump it in from the top. There we go. And this needs to handle the aromatics overflowing, which is this whole thing. So then that'll get voided to diesel eventually, and if necessary, the diesel gets voided to flue gas. But what we should see is that once once we have desulfurization and we start turning aromatics into lubricant, hopefully that will we'll just be basically using olefins for lubricant, right? That is the hope. But that is, of course, a little further down the line. All right, so that's like 200 a second that we can now void. This is not hooked up right, is it? There we go. Now that's hooked up right. So where did we get it from? We must have gotten it from the cadaveric arums. Yes. Those are now... well, not quite unblocked, but very close. I mean, I don't think they're actually blocked on... yeah, oh, maybe they were blocked on it. Cool. How badly screwed up was that? That was pretty badly screwed up. Okay. Yikes. I'm glad we fixed that. That's been apparently a lurking problem for a while. I am, like, fully backed up on tar. Wait, no, that's a tar extractor. Never mind. What is this backed up on? Why isn't this running? The froth. Oh, but we don't have naphtha. How are we naphthaless? So what is running this? This is running. We just don't have enough naphtha. All right. We might have to look into our various naphtha sources and sinks and make sure we're not doing something stupid with it. Goodness knows I have been known to hook things up in weird ways. And, like, various builds have changed, and inputs that used to, or outputs that used to be waste products are no longer, and inputs that used to be cheap are now sometimes more expensive. So Or not that they're more expensive, that they have better uses I could be putting them to. Like, this might or might not even be running. It does seem like it's trying to, at least some of the time, at least part way. But also, we might be totally blocked on heavy oil. Yeah, okay, so heavy oil might be... Is that also a problem up here? Yes, okay. So that's a problem. We don't use enough heavy oil right now. And that is messing up a bunch of our petroleum processing. Isn't there a whole, like, heavy oil thing that I can research? Yes. It doesn't really use heavy oil, does it? It uses low distillates instead, which I guess right now is being turned into heavy oil. Yeah. So it'll be, instead of doing this, we'll have to pull the low distillates out. And I'm assuming... Looking at this, either grease is going to be relatively valuable, or xylenol will be relatively valuable. Here, we can... Grease... is needed in diamond mining, which is not too far in the future. And we need diamond mining for our improved electron-grade silicon, so that is something to keep in mind. Mech Parts 4, that's way up there. Mech 3... yeah. There's the grease everything turd for slaughterhouses. There's special small parts. Is that at my current tech level, or is that... No, that's Pi-Sci 3. Paramagnetic material gives me oil sand from grease water acetone. That's such a weird recipe, but okay. I mean, it does seem like... Oh, here we go. Copper processing stage 3 apparently needs grease. Have to look into that at some point. Tin processing stage 3, okay. Titanium processing stage 3. Okay, so lots of these metal processing stage 3s look like they do pull in grease. So that might be sort of the longer term thing that we want to be looking at as far as how to unblock our stuff, our oil processing. But then mutagenic infusions use xylenol. Coal stage 4, which is way down there in the tech tree. Iron stage 3, not too far away, needs xylenol. And nickel stage 3, also not too far away. Okay, so we're going to need both of those things from heavy oil processing, basically, is what I'm seeing. which I am fine with. Oop, science is running again, just barely. Yeah, it seems like every time I look here, glass is actually running, which is a really good sign that things are maybe doing okay. Obviously, you know, everything is still slowly trying to buffer itself, but yep, things still need glass. So glass is still, and it's possible, again, it's possible we need more glass. You know, advanced small parts use glass. We're certainly, over time, have slowly been using more and more filtration media, you know, as the base gets bigger. So we might need to grow this, but right now, sorry, I got a little distracted with these other things. Like, yes, we are going to want to do that heavy oil processing eventually. Can we do anything with it right now? It does have a fuel value. I could just burn it, and flue gas is acid gas. It gets used a little bit in zinc and titanium processing, which I knew. And, like, obviously we're just not doing enough of that processing right now, right? That is something that I hadn't considered. We do have Nexelit ore as byproducts from a couple of things, so if we don't get to excavation 1 on time, those other things will break, because they can't get rid of their Nexelit ore if we can't import it here. Alright, well, for now, we're still not making shafts because we're still not making enough Nexelit, so that still needs to happen. Other than that, yeah, it's gearboxes here, and gearboxes here are almost certainly gearboxes up top, right? Oh, they're actually running right now, which is amazing. But yeah, we're not going to get another delivery of gearboxes until shafts here turn back on. And shafts here are still waiting on molten Nexelit, and molten Nexelit isn't happening because we're still using all of our Nexelit for Nexelit plates, because Nexelit can't run fast enough because we don't have sand extractors. For anyone curious about the whole chain of priorities. Alright, I do need to decide how to unblock our heavy oil. It's either find another use for low distillates, or I mean, we can do low distillates to BTX or low distillates to coal gas. Those are options. I think we already have the ability to void BTX. And I probably already have tin chromium alloy here. Yes, so I could do low distillates overflow to BTX for now at this processing station. And that would get us... that would at least get us unblocked, right? Because right now all of the oil processing is completely borked because heavy oil is backed up. Yeah, let's put that at the very top. Fix heavy oil blockage at oil processing. Add to top. Possibly void to BTX, since we already have BTX out and requisite catalyst metal in. All right. I think that's a next week problem. I think I'm going to call it here for tonight. We made really good progress today. I'm really happy with getting Nexelit upgrade done, and you know, getting glass hopefully running at full speed is great. We do still need to keep an eye on that. We may still not be making enough glass, but it is at least running at full speed. And if I check production statistics for like molten glass over the past hour, like, we fixed glass. Look at that. Look at that. That is the most solid that we have ever seen molten glass in this base. So I'm happy with that. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I stream Pi every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. U.S. Pacific time. So feel free to drop by. Streams are always more fun when there's more chatters. So, yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will see y'all next time.